is 130 hours. The rest of the time is sleep.
How's that biologically possible? I apologize for my previous indiscretions. Riven's motto.
Right.
My main question is, right, as they phase out, do my hands burn while I'm holding the cardboard cutouts?
I feel like this would be a soul save. Ah.
My life story. Well, I wanted to not turn into a chaos elemental and cause, well, one, being a entity of chaos, but two, the political problems of essentially being a titan. Primordial, but yeah, but then that would make unnecessary enemies, and the void is cool. See, I didn't even think about that, but yes.
Yes, you think you could fight Thea?
No, yes, that is a problem.
I didn't know we were Mr. I don't want to be a god. I didn't know we were at that level. You see that flying battleship? Yes, sir. I don't want to anymore. also went to the north to look for my brother. Yeah, it was the big one. I'm so surprised didn't know her face, but it makes sense, I guess. Continue. I do have countermeasures planned. What color are Lucia's eyes? Blue? Gotcha.
They hate prismatic. I tried a lot of prismatic things, and they just hate that. They're like, no. We're gonna make one blue and one rainbow. Yes, I tried rainbow too. It didn't. I couldn't get it to work. How did you get it to work?
Well, the Still's eyes are purple, but whatever. Anyway, moving on. That was a decision independent of anything else. Go ahead, Czar. Make an intelligence.
I got 28. If it's just a check. Shoot. you open the portal, this is all that's left of Bastille. They give you her shoe.
If you have the slightest, if you think about this for longer than 5 seconds, Mar, you remember that the steel very notably has winged boots, and these are probably not winged boots.
Well, that, but also Bastille never showed up to do this adventure in the first place, so...
That too.
Maybe she wants her old shoe back? I don't know. You can hold on to it for now, Czar.
Okay. I'm gonna smack someone with it. I challenge you to a shoe off.
Ow.
Oh no, I wasn't hitting you. Sorry. Why did I spin towards you when I was swinging?
Because we're in space. Space is weird. Or whatever this ways around is.
So... Shoe is floating that way. Do we go that way?
I don't know, but I will use the Seeker's Compass to find or guide me to the Void Dragon egg. See if it is somewhere conveniently near us. I will spin the compass around to make sure, because this is a 2-dimensional compass in a 3-dimensional space, so to verify that it is pointing in that direction, and then laterally it is also in that direction. The fact that this place hasn't eased is kind of wild.
And that just means that there's a big source of magnetic energy somewhere. A magnetic field.
It is, in fact, that direction.
Alright, well, follow me to glory. I'll begin to casually drift that direction with my mind powers.
Simar, what is your intelligence score?
29.
Vondar, what is your intelligence score?
50.
Right. Zar, I'm most afraid to ask, what is your intelligence score?
I'm 30.
Okay, so, I mean... Oops.
I need to get a higher intelligence score. Maybe I should ask the teacher.
So roughly 85 is the fastest the rest. There's a lot of you can go if you're trying to keep up with each other. Obviously, Vondar can zoom. You float through space for a good while. I also need to check.
As I float, I slowly corkscrew
is my favorite website for this? Hold on. Because they do such a good job of putting everything in. Huh. You know, I say that. This is apparently the one place they haven't done an article on yet. Okay. You spend a couple hours moving in the direction the needle of the compass does not move. And you don't see much. Like, it's very barren here. There's the occasional rock, and in the distance you can kind of see various colored pools of light. Occasionally you will see, like, what's the... Sorry, normally I know this stuff off the top of my head, but today's been a long day. What are they called? 1 second. You'd probably see a few planetars, along with a few, not the lesser celestial creature that I am drawing a blank on in a moment.
Coatl.
No, they don't generally enter the astral sea. It's the very lowest form of, like, angel. I just can't think what they're called.
I don't remember what a planetar is.
Plantar is like a mid-level angel.
Yeah, they're the green bald guys.
Grace. Oh yeah, green.
Green bald guys with white wings. You would know, Samar, being that you have had an ascension, that you are considered of the lowest rank of, like, celestial angel type, but your strength would put you on par with a planetar, if not a solar at this point. Actually, you're probably closer to a solar in strength.
I mean, just in terms of strength. I mean, if you're pulling it from the DMG or the monster manual, which you probably aren't, but any one of us would slaughter a base level solar.
Dave, that was the one I was looking for. They're like the base rung of angel. Now you have some lower than that are named specific, but anyway, you'll see a few devas, and they're your average typical alabaster skin, golden hair, and white wings flying about. They appear to be moving towards those colored pools. You also see these interesting looking individuals. I'm just going to post it in Discord. You see a few of these roaming around.
Oh, that's cool. There's an awful lot of celestials in the astral sea right now. I wonder if there's something going on, or because when I was trapped here, I didn't really see a whole lot of celestials in the 30 years where I was at, right?
No, you didn't see much of anything. I mean, you saw rocks, and you saw the ever so jarring experience of finding a dead god's body.
Wait a second. Did you just tell us the last time you were in here looking for something that took you 30 years?
Well, I was stranded in here for 30 years. I didn't have a way.
Bonder, did he tell you we were going to be in here for 30 years?
No.
We're not going to be in here for 30 years, guys. We
That's what he thinks.
Is he lying to us, Mondar?
He believes he is speaking the truth.
On that note, I gotta get a drink.
If one of the planetars or divas are nearby enough to say hello to, I would like to ask them if they have seen anything strange or suspicious in that section of space, pointing in the direction that the compass is pointing.
The odd or even higher low.
Highly even.
He looks at you like confused. No, nothing in that direction.
Thank you for your time.
And then he will just continue to kind of keep going. He appears to be going towards a orange portal. Yeah.
Oh, in case you don't know, Zar just left, but all of these portals go to different planes of existence.
Oh, I thought they were bathrooms.
I mean, one could be a plane of bathrooms. One with a porcelain god.
Yeah, that'd be interesting.
Goddamn, Bondar. I just took a bite of a cookie. I almost choked.
So you continue to head in the direction the compass points you?
Yes, we continue to drift. Thank you.
All right, so putting a pause on you for a second. I believe, Vestile, you left off finding an inn for the night?
No, that's not what I did. I created a Yoon's greater demiplane.
Right, you're right. What would you like to do instead, demiplane?
I rest. I prepare new spells. Then before I go to bed, I'm going to cast True Polymorph to make myself a more acceptable form that is neither Vestile nor Lucia adjacent, so that I will not suffer the drawbacks that either form gives. This is temporary art for Vestile. I probably won't even make a token for it, but it is in Monday chat if you want to reference. A little bit more wafy, but still grandiose, large, and ornate wizard robes. I sleep for that night. I prepare my new spells that I need for this particular task. And the next morning, I will depart, if I may.
Nothing stops you from departing.
Perfect. Okay. Well, first thing I'm going to do is... There it is. Alright. Stand by. Pulling up some documents.
Yeah, fair. Fair.
A flying ox? Oh.
My Discord didn't scroll up, and so like I sent the picture, so I opened up. I'm like, she went a different route.
No one will recognize me in this form.
I could turn myself into a flying ox. There's nothing that can stop me. But okay. I am going to cast. Okay, 1,000 feet of me. That's fucking helpful. And locate creature is a great spell in case you're wanting any kind of range. Okay, 1,000 feet. That's not great. All right. How do I go about this without just shot in the dark? Should have had this answer beforehand, but I thought I had a little bit more range on locate creature. 1,000 feet is not a lot.
Not necessarily in a way.
With meta magic.
Oh, I can extend it with meta magic. That is a fact. Thank you, disembodied voice.
The question is do you have that meta magic?
I'm pretty sure with Channel Divinity I have every meta magic that I can use once.
You were right. I forgot that is one of Nightshade's Channel Divinities. Convenient.
Yes. I can double it. So instead of 1,000 feet, I got 2,000 feet. Well, fuck it. I do my more powerful, higher range thing first. Yeah. I am going to go to the center of town, hopefully, and I am going to use the timepieces of travels, turn by turn directions, and I am looking for the, for lack of a better word, abode of Arryn Fort Hykinian.
Before that, because I have an interesting thing that may or may not happen. High or low, odd or even?
Of course, low even.
I think you got half of it, right?
Odd. Always get one or the other.
People are staring at you again. Not, like, in fear, but in confusion.
I'm gonna give a little subtle detect thoughts.
Throw that spell up for me.
Yeah, sure.
You know many creatures are present because you can sense many thoughts.
I focus in on one person who's looking at me strangely within 30 feet and subtly just detect their surface level thoughts. As somebody that I have gotten their attention as they're looking at me weird. mean,
Isn't that Aurelia Mayhart? I thought she was grounded after her shenanigans last week.
This Steel can't catch a break. She always looks like someone.
God damn
Right?
it.
That is the ultimate curse. Whenever you try to disguise yourself, you look like somebody else important.
But they don't actually bother you other than just kind of staring.
Yeah. Good to clock that interaction and that potential for shenanigans. We'll see. We'll find out what happens. Anyway, I go to the center of town and I pop that off.
And you're looking for Fort Hykinian's abode.
Yes.
The timepiece, or it's the timepiece. Is it just a timepiece that's on it?
It's a timepiece.
All of the hands of the timepiece point directly behind you.
It's actually a voice, I believe. The voice gives me direction.
Oh, turn around.
Yeah, there you go. I head that way.
Oh, you don't have to head anywhere. As soon as you turn around, you have arrived at your destination. Since you speak not down, in front of you. Since you speak Elvish and can read Elvish, I'm not going to bother making you have to make checks. You're a native elf. You find the sheriff's station.
Is anybody giving me particular attention at this point?
Nope.
Now I will cast Locate Creature.
Directly in front of you, about 500 feet, which would be in the actual station.
Is he at the ground floor?
No, he's subterranean, actually.
Stand by, I need to deduct spell points.
Okay.
Because if I forget to do it, I won't. Okay, perfect. -6. All right. I'm going to use a recollection save hint to cast a spell on my spellbook because I didn't think I was going to be needing this one today.
Okay.
I'm casting Arcane Eye. And I'm sending it into the sheriff station.
It doesn't make it past the front door.
Perfect.
And from the sensor's perspective, it's like you hit a physical wall. You don't see it with your eyes, but when you peer through the sensor itself, you do see like a glowing light bluish wall.
he needs to make a wisdom saving throw, and -5 to his to that roll. The DC is going to be 32. But it's going to take me a little bit to cast.
Yep.
Casting time 10 minutes. I want to see if he's in a jail cell mostly. That's what I'm trying to do.
Has the 10.
I also failed to use otherwise on a sensor, but I'm trying anyway.
After 10 minutes, the picture does not come through.
Yeah, I figured.
You get a bunch of static.
Yeah, I figured.
Would you like more time to think?
Yeah, stand by. I'm going to be putting some things together. I'm actually going to take probably a short rest, actually.
Okay. Then I'll use this opportunity to switch back over to the other group.
Of course, yeah, thank you.
You've been drifting for a while now. I need to see if in the creature's description how big they're actually described. As you float across the Astral Sea, it's only been a couple hours. But behind some rocks, you do see some rather large creatures. Some are, you have personal experience with them. You know these creatures to be astral dreadnoughts.
Fun.
Just for perspective, there is a rock here, rock there, a bunch of tiny rocks. But in the center of these creatures, you would notice what appears to be an egg-shaped space that looks weird. Against the backdrop of starry landscape, it's kind of hard to see this object, but all of you have such high passive and active perceptions that you can notice that the spacing is weird. Whereas the star pattern goes one way, this pattern goes like in the other direction.
This seems incredibly straightforward. Vondar, do you think that this is a trap, or just go in and beat up the bad things and take the egg?
seen these creatures before, so I have no real way of judging that. Are they intelligent?
Yes. But they're also kind of assholes. I got into a fist fight with one once.
Those things have fists.
They have claws. I have fists. Well, go ahead.
How fast am I capable of moving in this sea?
150 feet.
Sorry?
150 feet.
Okay, I'm going to cast Expeditious Retreat on myself.
160 feet.
And I'll go the 160 feet to the egg and try to grab it.
I was about to ask you what your strength score is, but then I remembered what your strength score is. You are able to pick up the egg, no problem. But you would note that this egg is deceptively heavy. Not a problem for you, but if someone had a lesser strength score, they would need help moving this.
Expeditious Retreat is bonus action, yeah. For an action, I'm just going to go to the Dragon Rider's Isle.
Yep.
It ate him!
That was easy. I'm going to open a portal to somewhere in the material plane.
Are you going to go with him, Zara, or are you going to stay to fight the Astral Dreadnoughts?
Start swimming into the portal.
Fair enough. Okay, we'll start with Vondar. Vondar, you find yourself... you did, just because I'm drawing a blank. Simar, you did tell him that you need to drop it off the hatchery, right?
Yeah.
So I assume...
Anyway.
Yeah. I assume that was your target then, Vondar, because you have the capability. Being that you've actually been there. You would find yourself in a familiar space. Well, not so familiar. You know it's the hatchery, because that was your target. But the space you're currently in is like a tundra. But you'd see the familiar attendant. Oh, wasn't expecting visitors. Welcome to the hatchery.
Hello. We were asked to bring this boy dragon egg here.
Ah, finally, someone who can do the job right. There weren't any casualties, were there?
Not as far as I know.
Good. The last person we sent on that job died. So you've already got a leg up on them. Alright, well, I'll take that off your hands then. Transfer it to the correct hatchery, or to the correct biome, because this is not the correct biome for that.
You can move it?
He puts his hand on it and picks it up. One-handed.
Great.
Alright, anything else you need, sir?
No.
Wonderful. Then enjoy the rest of your You see him look at his watch. Morning. Wait, it's morning? Shit. Well, I'll drop the egg off first, then I got something else I need to do. And he kind of just starts to rush off.
Good luck. And I'll message Groot. Right, egg's been dropped off.
Noise.
I don't think they ate them.
No, that he went back to the Dragon Rider Isles. Bizarre. Well, so much for my revenge match against Space Hulks, but
Oh, open the portal back up.
nah, that's good. We're already done. Simple solutions for simple problems.
So after that, you can just plan your. Where are you gonna go, Vondar?
I'll ask them where they are, and with them.
Fair.
Actually, I'll ask if there's anything else we need to do, and if not, I'll go to the fort. No, sword. That sword.
Right.
Notebook. I will pray to Lacour and tell him that the egg has been safely returned to the hatchery. And ask him if there's anything else that needs to be done.
I didn't expect you to get this done that quickly. Well done. You are far more capable than I was led to believe.
I didn't expect to get it done this quickly either.
You know what? I like people who are ingenuitous.
Really, it was Vondar who beat me to the punch, but
Oh yes, I've heard much about the young rider. He has caught the attention of many. Well, you completed the task. You did it in a what I would consider record time. I think you're more than worthy to receive whatever it was you were after. I'm sorry, I have lots of things that I do in a day, despite what people might think. What was it you were after again, young elf thingy?
to convert all of my chaos elementaliness into and become like a void Azamar.
Oh, right. You wanted to become a star Isomar. Got it.
Yeah.
One moment.
Do I need to come back to the Black Tower?
No. My partner has reign over the entire material plane, and because he has reign over the entire material plane, I have access to the entire material plane. You'll have to give me a second. You guys did this a lot faster than I expected. Well done. You even caught me off guard this time.
I mean, I was ready for an epic anime battle with giant space crabs.
I was realizing that okay, so you'd probably earn those Well, there's not much difference for you, being that the Kroll is divine rank. What did we say the keeper was again, Grim? Isn't he at the same level as assistant? He's 25? Got it. Okay, so they'll make Lacroix a 25, which means you get to meddle with things without having restrictions, as long as they're within your purview. So you can gain some features without, and he'll also leave features that you don't want changed. So the normal angel weapon ability, if memory serves, grants you a lightning because of your lightning variation, or is it still radiant? I can't remember.
Are we talking about? Because there's so much stuff. Because I have it from the epic boon of celestial that gives me celestial weapons. If that is what you're talking about, or are you talking about back in the storm?
Yeah, back in the storm would change normally. That's lightning damage.
Yeah.
So up to you whether you want to leave that as lightning or change it to radiant. But
I mean, it doesn't matter because I turn it into force anyway, so I'm fine with it changing.
all right. And then the other aspect that would change for you is you now pretty much look like you're on fire constantly. Like your body's made of fire.
That's not going to cause any problems.
I mean, that fits.
And your angel wings turn black and starry. So you have your wings now look similar to how the Kroll's body looked.
Well, I might need new character art, but it's also not like I have 3 sets of fucking wings now. I have Celestial, I have Phoenix, I have Void. What other particle effects can we shove on me?
Well, and you are strong enough. Yeah, no, that would make sense. Okay, so, sorry, you're not radiant anymore. You are an evolution. Instead, you deal void damage, which is the evolved version of necrotic damage.
Oh.
This rarely comes up, so I always forget that I have it as a mechanic, but there are instances where elements can be ascended to different levels. So, like, for example, fire actually ascends to hellfire if you align with the infernal, etc. The main benefit is that when you deal that type of damage, it basically gives you the ability to ignore immunities and resistance, and just always makes it neutral. And of course, you have features that make it vulnerable.
Right.
But mechanically speaking, it ignores resistance, immunity, and damage reduction.
Wild. Okay. Is this something that we're going to just work or hash out now, or do we want to wait till like after session or the weekend?
All I have to do is set a. I can't do it now, but I'll have to do it before I start up the server again. I'll just have to add a new damage type for void. And then we just have to set some flags or on you.
Gotcha.
And not that it's relevant, but you no longer need to eat, sleep, or breathe.
Fair.
Since you already have that from another feature, but it's there. Oh, and you explode.
Czar, I explode.
I'm putting it on your sheet now. It's a feature called Supernova.
It's a good thing I didn't go back to town.
You don't actually explode. This is an on death. This is an on death effect.
Oh boy, because I need more of those.
Except yours does void damage instead of radiant damage. If I could spell, that would be fantastic.
Can void?
What do we have to do
converted?
to make you explode?
I have to apparently die, is what I'm feeling.
Okay.
Please don't kill me. If you do, collect my ashes.
You explode. Is there ashes left over?
I would hope so, from the Phoenix Epic Boon.
Wait, when you explode, do you blow your ashes away?
You know, that's funny because it does actually say if your ashes are kept together. I would not make a feature that negatively affects you that way. Not normally, anyway.
Good thing he's the GM.
I mean, a strong wind could probably blow it away, so...
Anyway, you were saying something before about before Zara talked about exploding.
I don't think it was anything important, but I will want to head to the Black Cities Adventurers Guild now to drop some more tokens for a epic boon of multi-class for
Okay.
that one class that we talked about forever ago.
Mhm. Are you gonna go with him, Zar?
Well, I mean, yeah, I'm gonna follow the three-winged guy. I'm following behind in case he molts.
Okay, fair enough. I guess we'll put a pause on you for a second. Back to Bastille. Have you figured out what you want to do now?
I finished long resting and what I'm going to do is recast Locate Creature. And that spell lasts for an hour. My first question is he still in the location that I detected him at the first time? Oh, I used Arcane Recovery, by the way, as well, to get my spell slots back.
He appears to be in the same spot as you last detected him.
Okay, and he's underground. How far underground? Like the first basement level, or is he deeper?
First basement level.
Is he roughly in the center of the building, or is he towards like an edge?
Seems like the center.
I am going to spend a little bit of time, because that spell lasts for an hour, and I am going to see if he is moving at all.
The dot moves 5 feet to the left, 10 feet to the right, 5 feet to the left again, 5 more feet to the left, 10 feet to the right.
But he's not. There's motion, but he's not leaving that area.
Not for an hour.
That's good.
However, exactly 59 minutes and 55 seconds. The dot starts to move. 5 feet to the left, 10 feet to the left, 15 feet to the left. Then it starts heading 5 feet north, 10 feet north, 15 feet north. And then at your hour mark, it's gone.
I'm going to recast the spell.
He is now 700 feet from you.
I'm going to start. He has left the premises of the building.
No, he's just farther underground.
He's going deeper underground, or he's going away from it?
Going farther underground.
Gotcha. Alright, well, I have another hour. I may as well see where he goes.
Then he's 600 feet away, 500 feet away, 400 feet away. Then he's on the same plane as you. 300 feet away, 200 feet away, 100 feet away. And you watch the door to the sheriff's station open, and 2 guys are dragging out this elven man who looks very disheveled, and they throw him out into the street. If we catch you out here again, we'll report you to the Black City. And he's just kind of like laying face down into the ground.
I just approach the elven man and just kind of crouch down like a little squat, and I say, "What happened to you?"
Odd or even higher low.
We'll do high odd. High even. Of course, I always get one or the other.
Well, you know, you're not getting the best result, but you're not getting the worst result. And that is what's important right now. Because this was about to become real awkward, real fast.
Oh, no.
As he looks up, Aurelia, sweetheart, what are you doing here?
I just sigh, a long sigh. What do I have for this? Is he drunk?
He appears to be.
Greater restoration. Get a hold of yourself, man. The voice is not Aurelia.
He looks confused for a second, and you hear murmurs, whispers, as a lot of people are like staring at you now. And you can hear in hushed tones, I thought those two broke up. Isn't she the reason why isn't he the reason why she's supposed to be under house arrest?
Oh my god, fuck this. I'm just gonna cast Gate. I'm gonna pick this dude up.
Whoa, hey now. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Where's your gate going to?
I'm gating into my demi-plane.
Fair enough. Whoa, 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 whoa. As you kind of like falls on the ground and starts backing away slow. Whoa, when did you get so strong? Sweetheart, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to cause so much trouble. Please, don't be mad at me.
Knee into his ribs. Not hard, because I have all of 9 strength, but enough to get my point across, and I throw him into the gate.
Ah!
And I follow in, drop the spell.
I'm sorry. Do I know you? Is this a kidnapping? Shit! I'm sorry. I don't have any money. My family doesn't have any money. We're broke. I'm not worth it. I'm sorry.
Not broke. I'm gonna cast Dispel Magic on myself at 9th level.
Spell is dispelled. Now that's a weird coincidence. You look a lot like my sister. Who are you? What do you want, stranger?
It's me.
No. Vestille is off on some grandiose adventure to become the next empress.
Yeah, well, I took time out of my busy schedule to come apparently pick you up off the street.
Well, that's embarrassing.
What happened since last time we spoke?
Oh, all of our assets were seized. I am now wanted by the Black City for questioning.
Why?
Which, because they don't know how far the involvement goes with your debacle, or father's debacle about you.
This is the younger brother, right?
Yeah.
Okay. This is the same one that I spoke to outside the Black City. Alright.
Yep.
Gotcha.
Yeah, when they took away father and brother, I bailed. I'm sorry. I know I'm supposed to be more honorable and better trained in the art of politics, but fuck that. You didn't see the people who came for them.
I gather it got to the point that there was nothing to be done. I'm glad that you're alright.
Yeah.
Place to lay low for a while.
No, I've got to win my girlfriend back.
This is not how I pictured this to go.
I'm sorry. I know I'm not being a very good big brother right now, little brother. What? How old are we again?
Hussein is 118.
Right.
So young for a young elf adult. Vestille is 86.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Thanks for going so good. And then I actually shot that guy in the knee. And it's all been downhill since.
Trying to help him I imagine the demi-plane is a comfortable, like, wizard's tower with amenities and food and stuff, and I just kind of help him get into a seat and get him something to eat, something to drink. I've already taken care of his hangover, but you shot a guy in the knee.
Yeah, I was trying to show off my skills, and the bowstring snapped, and it shot a very important person in his knee. That person may or may not have been my girlfriend's father.
Just sit down and rub my temples.
He was a famous adventurer back in his day, apparently.
Not anymore.
When you said the Black City wants you for questioning, how do they want to talk to you, or do they want you in jail?
Both. I would be detained in a jail cell in Black Depths until they could get around to questioning me, which is why our older brother is currently. And father, well, from what I understand, they buried him very deep in the tower. But that's what you get when you.
Home.
Oh, how is the beautiful city of Kyberry?
It's rather well. I took the title. Like, the family is not bankrupt.
That's good.
So there's something when this whole thing blows over, hopefully. Something for us when it's all over. Anyway, I went back home and came to some disturbing realizations.
Oh, he has a visible look of concern.
Well, first of all, I don't know if you could tell, but the problem that we discussed last time has been resolved. I am of 100% my faculties and origin.
Oh, that's wonderful, sis. Congratulations.
That's the state of affairs. But also, we're not full siblings.
Oh, thank God you finally found out. You don't know how long and how hard it's been to keep this secret.
Well, with Father in the deepest, darkest pit that the Empire could find, Big Brother in the second deepest, darkest pit that the Empire could find, you a wanted man, and mothers, plural, apparently, nowhere to be seen or heard from. I don't know that secrets are something that needs to be kept anymore.
Well, it's not necessarily that I wanted to keep it a secret. There was a very... Fuck it. He pulls his tongue out, and you see something you've never noticed before. It's a tattoo. And now that you're a higher level wizard, you just instantly know what this is. This is a symbol spell.
Oh.
If we ever told you without you finding out on your own, or if Father, no, I think even Father was under this effect. I don't know entirely. I'm just low man of the totem pole here. But if we ever told you without you finding out on your own, our heads would explode.
Is that the only criteria of the symbol spell?
I mean, it's very similar to Glyphal Warding. It's just a higher level of Glyphal Warding. I would say, if you're looking to do damage, technically Glyphal Warding is stronger because you can upcast it. But Symbol has a lot more, like, side things it can do aside from the spell itself. But this one was worded specifically as the death symbol, which you know is make it 10d10 necrotic damage. Your brother isn't that strong. One thing you're going to realize in this encounter with your brother, you have surpassed him in level.
Yeah, I remember the last time I talked to him, and he had shadow guards with him, and he was actually formidable, and now I'm just looking at a defeated, sad man.
I mean, that's what happens when you piss off the Emperor. Not that it was your brother's fault.
I'm the only one who was above reproach, apparently.
Well, you were the one that was wronged, so that's why you weren't wrangled in or accused, because you were the subject matter of the problem. Your father was issuing warrants for your arrest, wanted posters, and offering money without actually running it by the government first.
Yeah, that was awful.
And unfortunately, the Emperor happens to be lawful as part of his alignment. I won't tell you what the other half is, but he is lawful, and he really does not like it when people break his laws, especially an Archduke, which is literally the highest rank you can be without being the royal family.
They're held to a higher standard.
Much higher. Your father definitely knew better.
So, again, I'm asking him directly, is that the only criteria for the symbol spell? For the thing on your tongue?
Yes.
Stick out your tongue.
He sticks out his tongue.
I'm going to cast Dispel Magic at 9th level on it.
It fails.
Alright, cool. Well,
why did I taste the licorice? What have you been touching, sister?
What can you tell me about it? You said father was under the same symbol?
I said he might be. I'm not entirely certain. He was very... when I questioned him why the need for secrecy and why he started all this with you in the first place, he got very dodgy. And I got the feeling that he might be, if it's not the same thing as I have, it's something incredibly similar.
You realize you're being very dodgy right now, but I understand, I think, why.
Well, I'm dodgy because I don't know how to answer your question. I'm not a mage. I'm a bard. And not the magic casting kind. Damn it! You see him, like, he just has this look on his face, and he's just like, dawned to realization, those motherfuckers stole my loot! Damn it!
Was it just a normal loot?
No! That was an artifact grade loot.
The guards stole it? Who stole it?
I don't know. The person who knocked me out, I assume they were a guard.
This poor man.
This poor man. mind if we switch over to Simamar and Gang?
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay, I need to collect my thoughts.
Yep, temporary pause. Vondar, so you're working on the forging, right?
I'll be right back.
Okay. And just confirming, you're working on the Void Sunblade, correct, Sam Vondar?
Yep.
Okay. So Zar and Simamar. You head to the Black City. You guys know your way. It's not that hard. Find yourself in the Adventurers Guild. Nothing interesting happens there other than what you went there to do. Was there something you needed, Zar, while you were there?
No, not really. I'm just waiting to see if he molts.
Zar, you would get a ping.
Start praying.
Hold on.
Pull out my guild card. Look. Awesome! Simamar, look!
Huh? What you got there?
Our dojo's under investigation in connection with 56 cases of stabbings.
Yeah.
We made the paper.
That's not good news. That's bad news. That is you training criminals.
I thought they came there for the free food.
You just trained a group of serial stabbers. All right. Well, I'm gonna eat this crystal, and then what we're going to do, Zar, is we're going to track down each and every one of your night class students, because I guarantee you, they are the ones, and if they haven't been arrested yet, we are going to arrest them, because we need to put a stop to this.
I don't think they're involved.
Zar. Come on, my dude.
Right. Because they're looking for a goblin. This is further down in the article. I've been scrolling through, or you've been talking. It says the culprit is a goblin running around in a black robe, wielding a sinister-looking knife.
Isn't that your description? Do we? Hold on. So
I'm gonna start looking for knives.
Now to say, so it's one of your simulacrums that
I
did
got a halberd. I got a
set up.
scorpion on its. Son of a bitch! He died.
It's sitting there with its legs up in the air.
Live! He didn't make it. I don't have any simulacrums.
Samar just this flat face of just like, yeah, okay. All right. Well, then if you don't have
You think
any,
it's one of my? You think it's one of someone that looks like me?
I mean, is a simulacra of Czar that I taught how to stab, or the art of stabbing, and he made a dojo probably under your name.
Oh no, that was me. I'm not a simulacrum.
Oh, then were you at stabbing people?
No.
That, oh,
You told me that a while ago, but I wasn't supposed to stab the students at night.
shouldn't be stabbing people in general, but okay.
We make a living off of stabbing people. All right, I'll make sure to put up another PSS. Only stab people you have quests for.
That is fair because then you're on the job. But again, we need to resolve this because if you're convicted as a serial stabber criminal or someone who's training people to do that,
I'm not a goblin
that's a
though.
problem. Well, people are racist and they can't tell.
I'm back.
Welcome back. I'll tell them.
All right. I believe in your ability to do so.
I appreciate you. Confuse a goblin and a goblin dragon. You can smite people. I have to stab somebody.
You just have to stab someone. Oh.
Crystal yet?
Yeah, I deposit 10 guild emblems for the crystal.
Your crystal is spit out.
I eat it. Nom nom nom. And I am filled with the powers of the void and fire.
And fire.
That's solved. Do we go meet up with Bandar and Bastille?
No, the problem hasn't been solved yet. We need to solve it. Or you could hire a lawyer clown and have them handle it for you.
Honk honk.
Honk honk.
Oh, hello. Perfect timing. My friend here has an issue.
I beg your pardon for your discrepancy, but I think lawyer clowns have more important issues to deal with than a couple times.
Well,
I appreciate your thinking that we need one.
Honk honk. Staring at you, Sar.
What was that?
What's up?
Honk honk.
I'm grateful. Yeah, I understand. Yeah, I'm sorry.
Honk honk. Kind of like puts his hands up, like, what the fuck?
I don't speak whatever the fuck he's speaking. I'm just saying sorry.
In Elvish, I will say, I am terribly sorry for summoning you here. I had hoped to use your expertise to handle a situation, but the client, looks at Czar, currently does not require your services.
Oh,
I'm sorry.
And he just kind of whips his hands, and before you can react, there's a pie in both your faces. Both of you roll me a d12.
Is that all? There's a D100 pie chart.
Oh no, this is a very specific pie. Oh no.
I got half what he got.
Oh no. A D10 or a 10 is a rotten kimchi and sardine pie.
I've had worse.
I'm sure, but it's not great. It also subtracts 3 from your max HP for the next 24 hours. And Czar, you get the
don't do anything actually damaging.
You get the Royal Stables pie.
Oh, son of a bitch!
It reduces your movement speed to 5 foot around for the next 29 hours.
That's brutal.
I thought I was getting chocobo. Ooh.
You basically are, yes.
Son of a bitch! And it reduces my speed to what?
5 feet per round.
I'm so speedy.
He tips his hat, honk, and disappears.
Have a good day.
I really want to know what that one singular honk was. I wish I was there. Because that was a wall of text.
Yep.
I will go to the Adventurers Guild representative with pie on my face and be like, "Hey, do you have a language crystal for lawyers?"
I'm sorry, sir. You're gonna have to go take a bath first before we are allowed to do business.
Prestidigitation.
Oh. You're still gonna have to go take a bath first. Looking at Czar. That's right.
Prestidigitation.
Alright, fine. What did you want?
Do you have a language crystal for the LC language?
Unfortunately, we do not. That is something you have to barter with the lawyer clowns directly.
Oh no!
You do know that Bastille speaks lawyer clown.
But for situations like this, it would also be nice for someone else to speak lawyer clown.
I'm just letting him know, like, it would be optimal to have Bastille teach him than a lawyer clown potentially.
It's true. Did he just summon another one?
Well,
No,
no, I'm talking out of character.
Yeah, out of character, you're fine.
I'm not even there.
Though certain lawyer clowns are fourth wall aware.
Stuck in a goddamn round room.
Hey, that one got himself put there.
Fucking. Alright, I think I'm gonna go home. If the police come knocking on my door, I don't know anything. Well, I know some things.
But not enough for it to be helpful, right?
Yep.
That is a good attitude to have.
Tell the story.
Samar is headed home. Zara, are you gonna follow him?
If we're taking if we're just downtiming it, I'm probably gonna go back to Vondar's forge to help him.
Okay. You know the way there.
Oh, you know what? That is actually a good idea. I will message Bastille and see if she needs any help.
Bastille, in the middle of you gathering your thoughts, you get a message.
What does the message say?
How's it going? We saved the Void Dragon Egg, and now I'm a Void Star Azamar. Do you need help?
Yes and no. Situation is now complicated. That's it.
It sounds like I should insert myself into the situation.
Well, do you know, can you go to where Vastille is no matter where she is?
I don't know.
I'm in my own demi-plane that you've never been to.
Correct, but I have opened portals to people. So I will attempt to open a portal to Vastille.
Roll them bones.
That is... I don't remember.
It's really good or bad?
That is really good. That is on target.
Awesome, perfect.
Bastille,
So back to our discussion.
Hair in space appears.
Oh, there he is.
Oh, this is a cool place.
Hastane, excuse me. 1 second. Sorry. Do over.
Fair enough.
And
Action.
action, yes. Okay. Hastane, meet Simamar. Simamar, meet Hastane. Hastane, my brother. Simamar, my boyfriend.
Hello.
Reaction. What does Simamar look like at this point?
Slightly engulfed in flames with 3 sets of wings, void, fire, and phoenix coming out of his back. His eyes are probably with purple irises now, purple energy irises now. I'm gonna try to suppress the fire surrounding my body, so I'm not as intimidating.
He reaches into his shirt and pulls out a flask and just starts drinking.
Hey, no.
No, gimme! As he tries to pull his hand away from you. Gimme!
This is not what I was expecting. You do? Are you okay?
No! I shot my girlfriend's father in the knee, and now he wants me for fucking assault, and I got put in the drunk tank last night. My girlfriend broke up with me. I'm wanted for questioning that. He just keeps on rambling, not taking a breath.
Saying you're my brother and I love you. Even if
half brother.
Yeah, no, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. Shut up. I'm not putting you on a I pull out 100 emerald gold pieces and hand it to him.
He just stares at it.
What did you say?
He's just staring at it.
We're not broke.
No, but I'm mesmerized.
Swear to God, if you drink that away, I will find you. I found you once, I can do it again, Assane.
It's not like it's that hard. I'm not hiding.
Oh,
Well,
wait.
okay, correction. I'm hiding. I'm just not hiding from you. Or looking Simar up and down. You. I don't think I can hide from you. What the fuck are you?
I was a lot of things, but now I am a star Azamar.
Oh, you're that guy. That guy.
Oh, you heard about me.
Yeah, there's some talk about you in the Black City.
What kind of talk?
You're a mass murdering fool. And you like pissing off higher entities.
You got the same guy here?
Also, apparently your group is directly blamed for the release of whatever that thing was that came out of the Western Forest. It demolished elven forces.
I mean, sure, we didn't stop it from happening, but I mean, literally no one else did. Is that thing still out there?
As far as I know, yes. It's very hard to deal with.
Oh, well, then I guess that's the next thing we're gonna do. Well, I would like to go deal with that.
Well, and this seems smaller in comparison, but I want to make sure you're okay. And first of all, I want you to tell me what you know about mothers plural.
Mothers. You only have one mother.
Well, you have another.
I don't actually know who our mother is.
You and Orenfort?
Yeah. Alright, so I'll give you what little I do know. I know that she was a high elf, and that she was of high noble birth, possibly an archduchess. So, I mean, the marrying of bloodlines made sense. And that she died in childbirth, giving birth to me. At the same time, a new woman whimsically entered our father's life who looked exactly like my mother, apparently. Again, I've never met my mother. And I guess she came as quickly as she went. I mean, from what little I remember of her, she was intimidating. She kept father in line. She made sure our finances were sound, and then after you were born, things got weird.
By the way, I've determined she is alive.
Oh, I don't doubt that. Between you and me, he's looking at Simar and then like putting his hand in front of his face, in front of his mouth to kind of like shield his mouth from Simar. But Simar, your passive perception, you're going to hear it. Between you and me, I think she might have been like an epic level 60 adventurer or something. Because every time the mage households of Kyberry paid a visit to her, they were afraid. So yeah, what I do remember of her is that she was very kind to us children, but she was not very kind to father. Not like in the abusive way, but like She kind of always gave him the same look that you just gave me 5 minutes ago.
Honestly, it feels like she got tired of father's shit, which I feel is fair, considering.
Yes, but she left at the most inopportune time because she probably could have solved your little debacle.
I want to make sure you're okay.
As
Mind if I help you try to find your loot?
he grabs your shirt. No, what I want is a room back.
A what?
His girlfriend.
Well, you can't try to win her back looking like that. We're gonna have to spruce you up and, well, clean you up in more ways than one.
You're a responsible gentleman out of you again.
I know how to be a gentleman. I just
Do it. You're a Hytenian, for God's sakes.
He's actually fell asleep mid-sentence in front of you.
Oh.
You remember when I said things got complicated and yes, I need help, but and then just kind of trailed off? This is what I've been doing. How's your day been, dear?
Apparently, well, saved the egg, turned into this, Bondar smithing, Zar is zaring. Turns out the dojo that he made has trained a bunch of people to start stabbing people. Big figure.
Stabbing my students or stabbing people in general?
I think in general, because there's like 57 counts of stabbings recently, so. And Zar is kind of oblivious to his involvement in it, so that is something that needs to get taken care of sooner than later. And then we should probably follow up on the Western Elven forests are burning because of some primordial chaos entity, and that needs to be put down.
Can you do me a favor?
Yeah.
Can you go to the Adventurers Guild and go get me a Sending Stone? A pair.
Sure. I have one charge left of my sword.
I don't even know you're gonna be able to get back here.
I can rewind. I'll just be a little tired.
When you
We're gonna go fight whatever.
in your average day-to-day, Simar, do you just like, I mean, I know you don't have to, but I mean, you weren't born that way, so do you just like occasionally just start breathing because that's how you were born, and then you remember you don't have to?
I still choose to eat, breathe, and sleep fairly consistently because that is a part of being, air quotes, human or alive, humanity. I'm kind of under the belief that when you stop doing the things that make you a person, that is when you kind of become soulless, and that is why liches turn out to be assholes half the time.
Well, you know what? I was gonna say something, but both of you have fairly high passive perceptions. The flask that he was drinking from is giving off an odor that's almost making you drunk just off the fumes.
He's asleep. Is he drunk again?
Oh yeah, he got drunk off of 2 swigs.
That's not good. I think he's, well, been poisoned by alcohol, because that's really strong stuff. I will healing touch him because I believe that handles poison.
I think it does, yeah. Wait, does it not?
I'm just gonna use reminding spell on him too.
It does handle poison.
Yeah, healing touch.
No, healing touch.
Touch, gotcha.
He also heals 29 HP.
Good, but I have the thing in my hand.
What happened?
I think he needed a nap.
What happened? Who are you? Looking at you again some more. Vasile, what are you doing here?
I just look so unimpressed.
Did he just lose all of his memories from the last, 5 minutes?
I thought I was in a jail cell. I remember because they had this little... Someone who had the cell previously had made this inappropriate drawing on the wall, and it was distracting me. What happened to my loot?
I'm focusing on this flask and looking into its past.
Nothing remarkable. I mean, you basically watch go back into his pocket for about 29 hours, but since you can go back like a month in a minute, right?
Yeah.
Farther back, so about 48 hours ago, you'll see someone slip it into his jacket. This is not his flask. And then basically it looks, from what you can see from the flask's perspective and the area around it, it looks like high-ranking guard. He wears like the bars and stripes for a captain's rank. And then it goes back farther to where he's talking to an elderly elf, which I'm going to say, while this world's population is large, and at the end of the day, when I did the math, it's like, hold on. Where's my math? Even in higher echelon societies, there are like 450 noble families per race. I would still say that that's a low enough number that you guys probably know each other, if not directly in passing, and would recognize someone just off the cuff. And you would know that this is the Archduke Mayhart. He is one of the highest ranking members of society in Miss Talons. He's known for a lot of... He's on a lot of committees and a lot of councils for Miss Talons itself, and his name is known even as far south as Kyberry.
And this man just roofied my brother.
Basically, yes. But you'll see his left knee is bandaged with fresh blood. And an arrow still sticking out of it.
I'm putting two and two together. I'm just gonna hand the flask. Is the flask like... Do I see it ever get refilled, or is it like a bottomless flask?
Oh no, you see it get refilled. Trust me, there's no bottomless flask of what's in there. If there was, this whole planet would be dead. You see the bottle that this liquid comes from is super nondescript. It's glass, and it's a black glass, but the contents inside is also black. And the label is just this like vanilla colored label that has the word black liquid stamped on it.
Well, I'm gonna get this to Vondar. Actually, you're stronger than me. Don't let him have this.
Okay.
I handed it to Vondar. Next time you see Vondar, have him identify it for me.
I can do that.
I'm not gonna roleplay bringing him back up to speed again.
That's fair. We will just assume that's what you do.
But I do. I tell him everything that I know. He's not getting the flask back.
And the entire time you're talking to him, he's staring at the flask. Like Gollum in the Ring staring at the flask.
I'm gonna cast Identify on him.
He's not currently under any spells. He doesn't have any magic items on him. Which is so that's
He should be under a symbol at least.
Correct. Sorry, yes. That slipped my mind for a second. Yes, he's under. That's the only effect that he's under.
Gotcha.
Which he should still have magical items. Like, your brother should have things like, he was known to wear, what is it? Is it Gossamer? What is that? I hate it when I know something, but I don't remember what it's called. We literally just talked about this on Friday, or on Wednesday. It's Glamour. That's what it is. It's Glamour Weave. So, even if he doesn't wear armor, you know that his noble clothes are made from Glamour Weave, which is a fairly... It's an uncommon magic item, but you know that it's made... It's basically like having disguise self, but just for your clothes. So let you change them at will. And you know that he's fond of wearing such things. And he definitely leans into the party bard. As in, he likes to party a lot. Not that he can't be responsible. Clearly, he held a position in the government fairly well. But...
The military.
Yeah, but when he's not on duty, he loves to party, so... But he doesn't have any of that. He had a lot of party trick style magic items that he'd carry with him constantly. He has none of it, including, obviously, a missing artifact level loot.
Did you sell all of your things?
No. He's saying this to you, talking to you, but his eyes will not go him away from that flask.
Okay. Take the flask away.
I will put it into a bag of holding. Well, I think I'll just go and get that sending stone now.
Thank you.
He unconsciously gets up and starts to follow Silmar.
That was gonna be a neat trick when he, teleports.
Sure. I will open up a rift to the Black City.
Can I make a medicine check to determine that if he's, addicted or suffering any kind of withdrawal, or if it's a mental thing, or an insight check maybe?
Medicine would be fine.
Okay. Plus guidance, because why not? 29.
You're no doctor, but he definitely seems to have some sort of addiction to this liquid. Because, you knew the brother could handle his liquor and didn't actually need it to survive. He functioned perfectly without it. It was just obviously, social lube. It's fun. But now he seems irritantly addicted to it, like high-level drugs addicted. He's not quite to the twitching eye and scratching his skin phase yet, but based upon your 29, he's not far off.
Can I use Reminding Spell to purge him of any kind of impurities or addictions? I don't know if it's a mental addiction or a physical addiction, but hopefully if it's physical, that would help.
Let me check something real quick. I would say yes, you could, as long as it's curable.
I will do so. Tap out of it. casting so many spells at this poor man.
Unfortunately, as you cast the spell, it does not seem to alleviate his symptoms. If you'd like, you can make an insight check, because you are from upper echelon society. You probably have heard some things. And actually, your dad probably would have given you a stern warning about this. Yeah, with a 40. Your father would have warned you about a substance called black liquid. It's not much is known about the process and how it's made. It is served at bars, and it's a very potent alcohol that requires one to have a constitution that is unnatural. It's also very bad because it has a high addiction factor. It can turn even the most purest saint into an alcoholic if they consume more than their constitution can handle. And so your dad would have told you, don't even try it. Don't mess with it. It's not worth... Yeah, it's not... Basically, yes. This is not a drug per se, but it has similar effects to high-end, high addiction factor drugs, and that it is not to be messed with. From what he knows, it was made for a very specific crowd, and that crowd is why most bars keep one singular bottle of it, because it is, even for an archduke's house, that stuff's expensive. That's 10,000 emerald pieces expensive.
Holy fuck.
A single shot of it will run you 100 emerald pieces. And he just had a flask of it.
Oh, so that's, I see why it would be horrible if this was in a bottomless flask.
Yeah. Well, and the fact that if everybody drank it, everyone would be addicted. Like I said, it's made for a very specific crowd. And it just happens to be that certain individuals can make their way into that crowd without being part of that crowd because they have achieved heights that they wouldn't normally at their level or station. But you know your brother, like I said, he could handle his liquor. He wasn't... You may have surpassed him in level, but he still has the actual life experience on you. And for it to reduce him to a state like this is alarming.
Heartbreaking.
That too. Yeah, that's a good word for it.
I'm going to cast, with like a lot of pain in my eyes, I'm going to cast Suggestion. And I'm going to suggest that he goes upstairs and tries to sleep.
He can't resist, so he will do as he's told.
I'm going to use Wish. I'm going to cast Simulacrum and pretty much make a babysitter Bastille for him.
Okay, that's fair. You may accomplish that.
And when Simimar comes back with the Sending Stone, I guess I hand it to the babysitter Bastille, even though she can cast Sending.
Still good to have it.
My family's fucked up, Simimar.
I think you're just going through a phase. I mean, it's a lot of bad stuff that's happening back to back, but I mean, I think you're just people.
God. suppose I ever got a name. I actually did. I did get a name from when I went into the records. What was the name of my mother? Was it the actual name out of my doc, or did you change that?
Hold on. No, it's a different name. I think I messaged it to you. Just give me a second. If I didn't, I'll send it to you now. Oh yeah, it's Murder of Machines. I did not. That is my bad.
Aaliyah was the mother of Aaron Fort and Hastane. Was it Elaine? That's the name I have in my doc, so I don't know if I changed it. No, I think that was the name for the doc that I picked.
Hold on. Because now I have to go look up. You would know that she never took your father's name technically, based on the documents. But when you were born, this was the name that was signed.
Do something fucking stupid. I have her name. I have memories of her face. I think that would qualify as being familiar enough for a sending spell.
Okay.
I'm saying this out loud to Semamar, who probably doesn't have a whole lot of Well, I mean, I've explained to Semamar the situation. Do I do it? I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna cast Sending. Thanks for the input, Semamar.
I was sorry, I had to do something real quick. I just got back what I missed.
I have my mother's name. I have memories of her face, and I am asserting that is familiarity enough for the sending spell.
Ah. Then you go, girl.
Alright, well, let's first see if it goes through. Yes, it does. Do you have any desire to meet your daughter? I don't suppose I can make a history check to see if I remember that name also. If I know anything about that name.
You could certainly try.
Sure.
is this a point that I would have returned, or am I still in the Black City?
I assume you would have returned because I handed off the sending stone to my duplicate and was conversing with you about this.
Okay. DM, what do I need to subtract from my character sheet for the sending stone?
Uncommon voucher.
All right. Subtracted.
If you want a monetary value, 300 iridium.
Or that.
I will do the voucher, and then if I can,
The end is buffering while we were still doing things.
yeah, I have a luck feat that I can make you re-roll. I just have to remember what it's called.
I mean, so do I, but it's like it's a sign.
That is why we counter faith and drive harder.
And I reject your reality and substitute it with my own. Okay, sure.
So I will.
42. I don't know if there's any particular answers you want to answer in any particular order, but you take all the time you need.
We'll start with the check first. There's never been a person in history that you know of by that name. Ever. Like, if she is a quote-unquote elf, that is a very strange name for an elf.
Follow-up question with that 42 history check. Is that name more in line with any other species that I'm aware of?
That name's not in line with any species you're aware of. In fact, it doesn't seem like a name at all.
Gasp. What if she's human?
Julia Tress.
The closest you could come would be an orc.
Your mother is an orc.
An orc or a dragonborn, they have names that are in similar structures to that. But again, no one in history, like of any history that you know, pings that name, nor does that name ping, period. You've met a lot of people in your 86 years at this point, or a lot being subjective, but 86 years is a long time to get to know a number of the population. And you've met probably, since this world isn't necessarily exclusive in terms of races have to be in specific places, they tend to intermingle. While a place may be dominated by elven population, you're still going to more than likely find someone of every race in each city and town at a certain point, unless you're going to one of the really, really, really small places. That being said, you lived in one of the major trade cities, or trade route cities, meaning that the major trade went to the major trade cities, and then they had to come through Kyberry at some point, if it's from the south, in order to make it to the Black City without use of transportation magic. So, Kyberry is a diverse town. It has had diverse travelers. And of all the species you have met, you've never met one with a name like that. Tress does kind of ring true as a elven last name, and you know that origins would be from the former Autumn Forest.
Is it a particular family, or is it like one of those common surnames?
It's a commoner's last name as far as you're concerned.
Roger that.
And then the sending. How'd you get this number? Who told you? How do you know me?
Oh, sorry, what was that?
How did you get? How did you get this number? Who told you? How do you know me? And do you have a decent amount of money?
I send another sending.
You get the feeling you don't need. Wait, no, you're still in your Demi plan, so you would have to roll. Never mind.
Yeah.
Also, that was precisely 25 words by accident.
We usually just ballpark it anyway.
Oh yeah, yeah. Ooh, that was close.
It was close, but it does go through.
Yep.
It's only 5% failure rate. One.
Yes, the DM has played an Uno reverse card.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19. Okay. One, this isn't a number. Two, I figured it out. Three, no one. Four, not for a deadbeat mom.
Damn.
You called her mom.
Well, it would kind of be hard to be your mom, considering I'm not a mom.
The soul just yells, screams, and slams the table.
You okay?
I just start crying. Slamming the door with my 8 strength fist.
I take it things did not go as well as that you would like.
Another person who doesn't know how to get to the point with ascending. Anyway, okay.
A piece of paper falls in front of you, Vesteel.
I will open it.
You are farther from the truth than when you started.
I just have another fit.
I don't know what's going on, but she's obviously angry.
What's going on either?
Temporary pause on you guys. To the people at the forge. The spectacle has died down. You get the occasional tourist, but now they have... Everyone has seen the marvelous floating smith in the plane of air. And that's when a lot of air elementals realize that none of them have any inkling to become a smith. But you've started the process. We talked about a little bit, the realizations you've come to. To expand upon that more, you realize that while it is easier to follow the rule, the mold, the script, the blueprint, you would realize that just because something is made a certain way doesn't mean it can't be altered with the right knowledge, patience, and time. You would also realize void metal was a terrible idea. Not really, because you actually picked the perfect metal and perfect blueprint for what you're trying to accomplish. But just one of those personal reflections, you realize this was a terrible idea. Because void metal just seems to soak in light. One of the things you are aware of is that void metal is very good at dissipating light sources and creating darkness. So it's almost like a brain teaser to you that you're trying to figure out how to make it do the exact opposite and give off a light. And so I'd say that after you've drawn out the metal and worked it to the correct shape, you begin thinking through the process of how light is created in the first place. Is it natural for certain materials? Is it imbued with an enchantment that creates the light, like a staff or wand imbued with the light spell? Is it something else entirely? These are the questions you ponder. And because you have the miniature Forge of the Riders, this space seems to almost unnaturally give you answers without actually telling you things. It's almost just like you're looking at the metal and you know what shape it needs to take and you follow that. But it's almost like when when chaos intervenes in certain aspects, when you let chaos reign. You feel these little nudges, like a multitude of spirits that you cannot see and you can't really feel or touch. It's just like you sense they're there, guiding you to change certain aspects and make this different. It's almost like coming to this forge with an intention is what creates the blueprint for the forge rather than following an actual drawn-out blueprint. Which means you just learned about one of the functions of the Forge of the Riders. It has a endless storage capacity for blueprints and ideas. And the more you use it, the more you're going to realize that there are concepts, constructs, concepts that all kind of, they don't make sense to you at all when you think about them and look through them, but you realize as you're going through this process of making the Void Blade that someone used this forge and did think of that. And it must have been so specific for that moment that it made sense to them. So the other thing you become aware of is that this forge will store ideas no matter how convoluted, complex, or just completely crazy they are. You also realize that for some reason you get the feeling that no dwarf has ever used this forge. Because a lot of the designs you do see are not practical like dwarven make. I mean, there's obviously the blueprint for a sword, a blueprint for a spear, an axe head. You find all that. But like some of the more common dwarven machinery, parts, and things like that seem to be missing from this forge. So it also might benefit you at some point just to make those things once on the forge so that it gets stored in this forge's memory. And that would be for the next check that you had made there. Alright, back to our elven pair who are...
Screaming.
One is screaming and one is sort of cowering. Not cowering as in cowardice, but cowering as in recoiling. That's the word I was looking for, sorry. You're recoiling from this anger.
I cast a spell again.
And is that the question you posted?
Yes.
D100, please.
It's about 24 words.
Well, she's still on a different plane, so... Or they. So, and I need another D100 from you.
Oh,
Yeah. Demolish your name on my birth certificate. Why do you need money? Who are you? Could we speak face to face? I don't know. You always need money. I am a nobody. Probably not.
I'm gonna stop asking questions. It's getting me nowhere. I'm gonna go back to the paper.
If it helps, I have never given birth.
This isn't gonna work if it was intrusive message. No, it might work because intrusive message you actually write on the paper what you want to convey, and then it goes to the person. So who the fuck wrote this?
Well, if I had to guess, the only reason that you got that is because you contacted the person that was a double, or like a what is it? Not necessarily like a dummy, but basically, you know, a person that like a not like a red herring.
Yeah, well, kind of a red herring.
Patsy, I like that one, Vondar.
Sorry,
How did you know their race? What did Vondar say?
What did Vondar say?
Patsy.
Oh, yeah.
Patsy.
Yeah.
How did you know their race, Simlar?
They're a red herring?
I'm gonna look into this piece of paper fast. DM.
You pick up the paper, you watch yourself read it again, it flies in the air and disappears. It did not exist until it appeared before you.
Of course it sit down again. I go to my bag of holding, pull out my spell book, and just start furiously flipping through things, trying to put something together and think about what I can do to all of the spells I have, and it's not doing me anything.
Grim, put one on the everyone gets one counter and remind me that you guys got a freebie.
Roger.
Because you guys inspired this to be even funnier than I thought it was going to be. Thank you, Simamar. I'm going to send you a picture and you'll see why I'm laughing. Oh, Simamar made a suggestion by accident and it has now become headcanon for me.
What did you do?
I don't know.
So you're trying to figure out something.
Right. The letter that you got said that the closer you look, the further you get from the truth.
Or something like that, or like I'm further from the truth than when I started. I'm gonna pick up teacher gently, constrain my impatience because I am now handling teacher, and I always do that with reverence and patience and a gentle hand. I place her on the table and I ask her, is there any magic that you can think of to go back in time long term?
What?
Ask that question again.
Is there any magic that you can think of to go back in time long term?
I mean, it depends on how long term we're talking.
80 years.
Oh.
Isn't there a deity of time that's going to get upset if you do that?
This is why I'm asking the question. This is why I'm asking the scion of a mad mage deity, or a symbol of a mage, a magic goddess.
Hmm.
I'm so sorry. I'll be back in about 5 minutes.
Sure, we can move on to someone else for a little bit. Simar. Anything else you want to do while we're waiting for this to resolve?
Well, considering that my girlfriend is currently going through a crisis of whatever paper trail she was following is a intentional dead end to because her mother is clearly a person who does not want to be found. I'm gonna go.
The apple doesn't fall far from the tree because Bastille is very fucking hard to find.
I'm gonna let her do her for a little bit. I'm gonna go to the police station and go and act as a witness in the current cases of all of the stabbings because I don't want to have my door kicked in and get arrested in the middle of the night.
That's an honorable thing to do. Okay. Sure, we can do that. So you'd enter the sheriff's station, police station. I think it's actually called the guard post in the Black City, but either way. Okay, I think I know why I'm laughing now. Anyway, they'd look at you and go, okay, what do you know about it?
I will tell them the truth about how the dojo started and about the students that are attending the night courses, and that those are probably your prime suspects, and that I am willing to do what I can to help in the investigation if needed.
Oh, we already ruled everybody out,
Oh,
student-wise, but we haven't ruled out the instructors yet.
right. Which would be instructor Czar.
No, there's also another instructor.
There's another instructor?
Yes, another goblin who's been seen teaching the art of stabbing.
I'm back. I'm sorry.
Huh. That's concerning because I didn't know that there was another instructor there. I don't even think Czar knows that there's another instructor there. Okay. Well, are we going? Do you need help investigating him, or are you guys good?
To be perfectly honest, this individual is fast, and every time we get close, we get blinded.
Well, it sounds like you need help apprehending this individual.
Yes, truth be told, they're a little more powerful than we can handle, but this is also kind of too small to waste a call to the Blackguard for.
Well, we we can figure out a time to set it up or try to capture him, and I will be there to help.
All right, I'll take your name, information, all that, and
And then after that, I would return to Vestille after she is done figuring out what she is going to do with teacher and time travel.
I'm assuming I get the answer of either no or that's an extraordinarily bad idea, or a slap in the face, or all three.
none of the above.
You get stabbed.
She would tell. No. How do I explain this? The magic you are looking for existed at one time, but has not existed for a very long time.
Two separate questions then. Could you teach it, and would it? Could you teach me it and use it and how to use it in such a way that I would not make things exponentially worse for everyone involved in the timeline?
It is a spell that existed before I took the post of Goddess of Magic. Unfortunately, it does not exist within my spellbook. I only know of it because I'm old enough to know that it was cast at one point in time.
I see.
And just so you're aware, as far as the people of this setting are concerned, she's only ever been the only goddess of magic. Like, Draven did take over for a little bit, obviously, but generally, to the beginning of time to you, she has always been the goddess of magic.
So that's an implication.
Uh-huh. This group seems to like to dance that fine line, shall we say.
Could I meet you face to face?
You are meeting me face to face. What are you talking about?
Well, there is a separation between you and you, is there not?
Oh, you don't want to meet me. You want to meet her. It's possible. You just would need to wait till your goblin friend comes back.
Gonna then teacher put her back. Plump down in the chair and digest all of this. What would you do if you were in my shoes, Mamar?
I think that note was a clue, and that I think the more that you push into this, the further away you are getting from the key that'll unlock the door to what you're trying to find.
So I should just fuck off and not look into this?
I wouldn't necessarily put it in those words, but yes, take a break, let it, let it kind of rest, and see if something kind of comes to you.
Do you get that liquid identified?
Oh, absolutely not. I had to go to the Black City again. I have not stopped by Vondar.
It's fine. Do you have any really potent, like, healing magic?
Besides my angelic healing?
Never mind. Hold on to that flask. We may need to wean Sleeping Beauty up there. That's another thing on my plate.
Yeah. I mean, I would definitely say taking care of your brother is a pretty high priority right now.
He's being taken care of. Nothing's ever easy, is it? But if you're only delivering a dragon egg.
I mean, that was exceptionally easy. Vondar just like, I'm just gonna go and grab and leave, and like, all right. Well,
Hey,
you
Dar,
know,
where are you?
That would be another D100 roll. As they are not, you are not on the same plane of existence.
That's not ascending, that's a prayer.
Oh, you're asking Czar directly?
Yeah.
Alright, Czar, you've been asked. Are you answering?
bit. What did you ask, Zar?
I was asking Zara where he is. Zara, where are you?
Well, I'm playing in darkness.
Oh, that I got a hold of Big Czar, not Little Czar.
Yeah, what do you want?
Are you busy?
Yeah, you want?
You come to me?
You sound like you wanted somebody else. Like, you want the little guy? I know he's over there with Vondar right now, banging away.
No, honestly, I've been in. Well, Vondar, you. No, Czar. Yes, you, big guy.
What do you?
Actual. I could have gotten the little guy. I was expecting the little guy, but I actually need the big guy. I need you.
I'll put that on his list of things and fucking intercept him. I got a call waiting for him. What do you need?
Are you busy?
Sure. No.
Can I borrow you?
What do you need?
I want to meet the entity in which my teacher represents, and she said she needed you for this.
Oh, son of a bitch! I show up, and you're in my plane. Come up, tentacles.
Hi, Zar.
You're in my demi-plane.
Uh,
Welcome back, demi-plane. Thank you. It's nice to see you.
Am I gonna be taken over?
I'm not sure. I'm actually waiting for Jet to get back. Because at this point, I probably would bring out Teacher and say, I have my goblin friend. What now?
Dragon? Goblin dragon? Not to be accused of goblins or dragons. I'm a goblin dragon.
My goblin.
Dragon.
Goblins. Yeah. Two kinds of creatures that this party interacts with are goblins and dragons.
I'm a goblin dragon. I'm not one or the other.
Oh, that was Jim.
We are Jim's son.
Alright. Oh. I haven't been supposed to say God is magic, or I was supposed to say teacher.
Goddess of Magic, probably.
Goddess of Magic, I am your vessel. And I squint. I think this might hurt.
Little goblin.
Am I supposed to take them there?
Little goblin creature. You're more powerful than she is. She can't possess you.
Okay. Let's go. I grab. Am I supposed to take you in? You? Or just you?
I mean, I don't mind tagging along, but.
You're going to be on a delayed 3 seconds, and I'm going to wrap tentacles around both of them, and me and Vestil will go first. And then I'm going to ask the Goddess of Magic if Simar can be here for this.
As you appear, because no one asked anything beforehand, you'll see a pink-haired elf proxy. And when I say that, because she, very much like the honored lady, their elven form doesn't look quite right. There are proportions that don't match elven lineage as you know it. She is in the middle of literally cooking. She turns slowly.
Thor asked before he came, right?
He asked teacher. Teacher did not ask.
No. I thought he asked Goddess of Magic. That's why he
No.
asked.
I said out, asked into the void.
This is hilarious.
You see this pink-haired elf with her hand on a giant wooden spoon, and you can tell she like stopped half turn of stirring this giant metal pot, and just turns to you slowly.
I was under the impression that she had permission to come here, and then I talked to that thing, and that thing said that you weren't gonna possess me, and so I thought that just meant I had to go to you. I'm gonna turn around and close my eyes.
The elf looks at the doll. You're fired.
Oh yes, Goddess of Magic. Sorry for the intrusion. Do you want me to leave and contact you to find out if it's an okay time to come here?
Nightshade, you're already here.
If I don't see you, I'm not here.
So I know you all can't see my face, but it's very reflective of a steel space right now, and utter and complete mortification.
There's a strange... But these two don't notice it because they are higher entities. But this would actually concern you, Vestiel, because you have now witnessed what happens when the realm of magic leaks into other spaces, at least the primordial spaces. You're going to come to a staunch realization about Nightshade. He ate a primordial god. The area which I think, hang on, let me see if I still have that map. I think I got most of my stuff restored.
Well, we know we do this. This is the thing.
This was a random thing that I didn't think ever could reoccur.
Well, you guys are forcing it now. Plane of Magic. Hang on, I do have it. I have a map for this. It gives you at least a visual to look at. Plane of Magic. Planes. Other planes. Why is it not? There it is. Plane of Magic. Go adjust it so that there is no borders and no lighting, because there's no need for lighting for this.
So she pointed at the doll teacher and said, "You're fired," correct?
Yes.
Okay.
Not the pain of magic, the plane of magic.
The pain of magic?
Yeah, like window
I'm
pane.
in the pain of magic right now.
So just for sanity's sake, Czar. Why does it not pull up your Czar? Damn it, it deleted her again. Stop deleting my Goddess of Magic game. Let me see if let's see if she got turned into a third-party creature for some reason.
Oh, it bears mentioning, Vestiel is in her normal form, not pink-haired.
That would be interesting.
Yeah.
It would be indeed. Back, assets, NPCs. She's not in here, of course. Why wouldn't she be? Alright, fine. Then we go pull the other important NPCs. Important NPCs, where are you? This is why I started saving their pictures in Discord as well. So just in case hard drives fried again, they'd be somewhere. My game really hates it when I load that fucking folder that has all of the deck of many things animated cards in it.
I would bet.
Yeah, so visual aid. So you see how the plane is like a mirror of the sky. It starts to bubble as black ooze and tentacles start to seep in from the ground. Well, you're here now. What did you want?
I'm sorry for the intrusion. I wanted to meet you.
Okay, it's nice to meet you.
I don't know if it was a nice to meet you or a hello again, but I wanted to know you to know that I learned a lot from you, and I was very grateful.
Well, that's good.
It felt like I've known you for a long time, but I don't know that you've known me.
Of course I know who you are, Visteel.
Is this your mom?
Smile. No.
Did you say that? Oh, wait, you're not even here yet. Did you go back for him, Czar?
Yeah, well, that was kind of awkward when I showed up. So
It's dark
I just
in here.
turned around and I kind of closed my eyes, and he's kind of like in that, void between the voids or whatever. I haven't pulled him through yet because.
So you're just sitting there in darkness. It's kind of reminiscent of the astral plane, only darker.
Yeah, here there are no stars, only the black.
Here there are no stars, only the black.
Feel something.
So is Simamar there or no?
That's a bizarre.
No, because I never asked. Because there was other things.
Simamar just got left behind.
Yep.
I'm so sorry. I meant to do this the right way, and I just kind of am looking slightly panicked and again mortified at the growing aberrant magic that is peppering the ground.
She stomps her foot and it all goes smooth again.
Yeah, I am sorry. I was gonna bring one of our allies here.
Might as well. It's
better that I leave.
Might as well. It's a party at this point.
Oh yeah, I should leave, right?
No, you're fine.
All right, I'm gonna pull Simamar through.
Ah. That's weird. Oh well, good day.
She crosses her fingers in front of her body and she like splits into 3 people. And 2 of them start working on the food while she walks over. She is, in fact, wearing an apron.
Did we come at a bad time?
By the way, I like the arc jet.
Yeah, it was a little. I finally got an art generator that did it right.
Is that the most up to date art?
Yes, of her specifically. Yes.
Yes. And a while back, I asked the question how to develop more power, and it was suggested to meet face to face. So I suppose that's what I'm doing, but I always did want to make it a point to come to you like this, and again, thank you. But that is why I have come.
And who suggested this?
I gesture to the presumably inert teacher.
Yeah, you're blaming me for this? You're blaming me for this? I'm not in enough trouble already?
That is a conversation that I had with teacher
Oh, I
a
know.
little while ago.
Oh, I know. I absolutely know that. This is...
teacher for this. For this, and I gesture to the proximity around Czar. That was the motivation.
I can't do anything to him. He technically outranks me. Though, in the convoluted way, while you're in this space, I outrank him. Well, I mean, technically, yes, you could grow more powerful with my tutelage directly. But it would depend on why you seek that power.
That is... As I move through the world, I see my friends do impossible things, things that I never dreamed of. And I feel the need to keep up with them, to not be a burden, and to be an asset. So that that power is wielded responsibly, unlike Sun and my party, not naming names.
You mean Riven, don't you?
I those words never came out of my mouth.
Samar just silently, just kind of, he's getting better.
He is.
Samar is getting better. You are right. But
Well, you don't fall under my purview, so I don't know of your exploits as well. I know, however, of the one who casts spells that he shouldn't, and kills an almost entire plane in doing so. There's a reason those spells were forbidden in the first place.
Every time I've cast a spell that, or did an action that I felt was beyond my normal scope, I've always referred to, well, you. So I would hope that you would also teach me the right way to use magic. But that is my motivation for becoming more powerful myself. For my friends.
Well, that just tells me what degree of power you are ready to learn. She points a finger at you, and you watch teacher, like, in-game disappear out of your hand.
Should I delete the item?
No. She walks over to one of the quote-unquote simulacrums, grabs it by the top of the head, and shoves it down until a new doll is created. Picks up the doll.
But isn't this a little harsh?
Picks up the...
I thought the first one...
Yes. Yes, it was. As she picks this one up by the collar and walks over and holds it out for you.
I take it gently in both hands. I have another question. A mystery that has been bothering me. Well, I'm sure you know everything that. I kind of looked back to the empty spot where old teacher was. I learned that my mother was on the plane of magic. Is there any insight you can give me as to her?
She looks at Czar.
I'm turned away with my eyes closed.
There's only one citizen of the plane of magic.
Is that you?
That would be me.
Are you Vestile's mother?
Possibly. Depends on what time frame we're talking about here. It may not have been me directly, but one of my looking at teacher associates. Wait. There's a look at just dawns on her. Oh no.
I knew it.
No. When did that? Without giving you much time to say anything, she just crosses the distance and like grabs your forehead. And in a similar fashion to how you look into the past, you feel this just weight of 1,000 fucking planets drag you through time. Oh. And you'll see the events of your adventuring days, the events of your childhood, all just kind of dissemble in front of you back to the day you were born. Oh. As she lets you go, she like turns old for a second. Like actually shrivels, hunches over, is carrying a cane and starts walking back towards her little kitchen island. Oh.
Oh, wow.
Oh no. It's you. Alright, well, that's... She grabs the forehead of the other one and it disappears and she turns back into herself. A younger self. That's why your name was familiar.
What do you know?
I sent out avatars to assess certain factions throughout your multiverse to understand progress of magic. Sometimes sitting up here at the top of the mountain makes it very difficult to see the foot of the mountain, if you get my drift. So occasionally I send out representatives. They are me, in the same aspect that a simulacrum is the person that they were created by. And they were used to assess magic levels, progression, understanding, usage. And their job was to survey. A few of them were... Well, there's just no better way to put it. There were a few of them that had some indiscretions. Thus,
Still,
I
her jaw's on the floor.
I have. Thus, that means I technically have children that are mine, but not mine. And that would appear that you would be one of them. That doesn't make you any less wanted, child of magic. It's just a surprise is all.
Say the least.
I wasn't even aware that you exist. Oh no.
That's a thing to say.
She walks over and puts her hands on your shoulder. I'm sorry, I may have just killed your mother.
What?
Yes, it's starting to come back to me now. Having eons worth of knowledge and memories tends to make it hard to sort through. I believe the punishment for your mother in particular was to be turned into a doll.
Oh.
So, yeah.
I do not have the wherewithal to properly unpack this. The only thing that I can compare it to is taking responsibility for the actions of my own simulacrums, whose distinction apart from myself, other than their, for lack of a better word, ability to be disposed, is the same. And you only have yourself to blame for what has happened.
Yeah. I agree with that.
You, in that line of thinking, are as much my mother as anything else.
I know that. I have no problem claiming you as one of my children. I was just telling you the facts.
I see. I'm also unpacking it myself verbally right now.
Fair. You clearly inherited your intelligence from my side of the family.
I can barely hear Jet.
Because I walked away. That's because I walked away. I said, you clearly inherited your intelligence from my side of the family. Don't worry. Take all the time you need.
Nod.
Pats her on the head. That is a interesting development. I can't say that I expected that.
I don't think either of us did.
Oh. Oh no. This means I have to tell him.
Stop saying oh no. Stop saying oh no.
It means I have to tell him.
Ew.
Well, I mean, your father was clearly not my mate, shall we say?
Oh. Oh no.
And while I'm not known for creating children outside of my familial unit, that doesn't mean there aren't those, as I said, who were created through such measures. But it still would be a bad idea to not tell my mate that you exist under this pretense. Then for him to find out himself.
Agreed. I hope he doesn't take exception.
I doubt it. We don't have very many children of our own. We learned after the second one that it was a bad idea to create children together.
What happened there, if you don't mind my asking?
Your sister is a tyrant. And I don't mean that in the evil way. I mean that she's literally just powerful enough to be a tyrant if she chose. She's unhinged. That is the best way to put it. She embodies the traits of her father and the chaos that magic brings. She also likes to play pranks on people and forgets how powerful she is, that those pranks are and always end up being lethal to the party involved.
What's her name?
Luna. Are you familiar with the Honored Man?
I've met him. Not, never spoke directly to him, but I've been in the same room.
Oh, then that drastically lowers the chances of you being erased. Because if you're standing here, that means he likes you.
I don't know how. I never really said much in the interactions that we had. If you can even call them interactions, it was more. I pointed to Cinnamon, or no, it was more the other one.
Czar.
No, I was. Well, it was Cinnamon, Vondar, Ribbon.
Oh, gotcha.
Ribbon was more who I meant, but yeah, that was more their thing as Dragon Riders. But that's good to hear. Okay, another question. Who in the hell is Aculia Tress?
She conjures an image in her hand to show you a picture. I'm going to post in Discord. Imagine it more red.
Is that a red herring?
Yes, it is a red herring. That's why I gave you guys a freebie. Because Simamar gave me headcanon that was funny.
You're welcome.
If I had to guess, looking at this isn't what my avatar looked like. Probably just a anagram of our name to use as a pseudonym while incognito. Although she wasn't doing a very good job being incognito.
Tried to read it backwards, but I didn't try rearranging the letters. And yeah, I definitely see Lucia there. So my last question, I suppose, unless it leads to more questions. What does this mean for me going forward?
You continue as is, except you now have an established relationship with me.
More established, I suppose. Thank you. For anybody else in the universe, I probably would have had a lot more hostile words.
Your new model knows more things than the old model.
I nod.
And you're welcome back here anytime. Just try to call first next time.
I'm completely sorry about that. I thought that I was just a transportation.
I'll bring a card for Mother's Day. Okay.
She'd say before you go. She'll reach onto her hair and pull out a strand. You'll need this as a focus in order to planes travel here. If you ever need the assistance.
Can I ask for something?
And who are you? Looking at you.
I am party member and Vastil's boyfriend, and I just wanted to ask for your blessing in continuing to date your daughter.
The world goes dark. And there's no sun here. I'm sorry. You're what now?
Vastil's boyfriend?
Well, I suppose it's been 86 years up until now before I've had a say in this. I suppose I will let it slide if she thinks you're worthy of her. As the lights come back on.
Again, thank you. And I will be in touch. And the phone does work both ways, though. There's kind of a hopeful thing that maybe she'll reach out to me. Well, I mean, they have a similar room, whatever. Anyway, continuing. Social awkwardness of a very intelligent wizard aside.
Watch for falling meteors.
Put my hand on Zara's shoulder, and hopefully he will take us out. Or I suppose
I'm facing the other way with my eyes closed.
Are you ready to go, Zara?
Oh. I bow.
You bow in the right direction?
No. Tentacles. We get sucked through the void.
What changes do I make to my character sheet as any other than the doll? Because I don't think I qualify as a half elf or a high elf. I don't know that. Maybe I do. I don't know.
That is a good question. I need to do some research.
All right.
Because her race is not elf.
Magic elf.
No. There's something that elves derived from originally. Is what she is. Older than Eladrin, even. I read about this in first edition a long-ass time ago, and I'm blanking on what it is now.
It was the winged elves.
That's it. Thank you.
The what?
The winged elves.
Like they had wings?
Yes.
Oh, yeah, there's a character in Baldur's Gate 1 that was a quote-unquote winged elf.
I think they may have got renamed during other editions, but Grimm's right. I believe in first edition it was winged elves. So, where are you actually taking them, Czar?
I'm going to the forge.
Avriel, that's it. That's what they're fucking called. It's the Avriel. Or a Varial.
Yep.
I now understand why my dispel magics didn't work on.
It's always sad when the person who's not here could tell you why it didn't work. But yes, that is why you didn't dispel magic that.
Because I was fighting against the goddess of magic. Oh, Czar, one last favor, if I can ask. Can you yeet me into the study room? Time is an illusion. Czar. It's the time dilation place. I haven't gone there in a while.
I mean, yes and no. Phil, do we still have that, or is it just us now? It's not much of a study room, but if you want to, he cracks his knuckles.
I have all the materials I need. That's Robbie for a while.
Tentacle wraps up around you, pulls you through.
Hey, Czar.
Hello.
Do you know anything about what Little Czar has been doing?
Sure.
Okay, so you know about the whole stabbings in the Black City from someone associated with the dojo of the art of stabbing?
Yep.
Okay. They are suspecting a goblin instructor? And at first I thought it was Little Czar, but it turns out that there was a second instructor at the dojo. Do you know who that is?
Yep.
Any chance you could bring him to the police station? Or the guard post?
He's not under my control.
Okay. So I will have to capture him myself then. Got it.
Or you can talk to Field.
Isn't he still exploding Tarask in the plane of positive energy?
I mean, I didn't say it would be a good talk, but
Yeah, I'll just handle it myself.
yep. And yeah.
Well, I'm glad I'm not an orc.
Certainly.
I'm glad where you are, though. It's not as comfortable as it was before.
Oh, where am I?
Your table and chairs are still there, but there are tentacles everywhere now.
Randomly tacking.
I'll probably use like Touch Infinity to create platforms on which to be away from the tentacles. I'm setting up a study area.
Okay. Alright, so that's what Bastile's doing. What is Simar doing?
I have a goblin stabber to capture.
And how do you go about doing that?
Well, since the guards have, some kind of idea of where he's been operating, of, staking it out until a crime happens, or if I can, find him before, using my ludicrous speed to keep up with him, and then, manhandle him until I can bring him to the guard station.
Okay. Is Big Czar going back, or is Big Czar hanging around?
I'm gonna help Vondar in any way he needs.
Okay. I guess that gives you an opportunity.
Hey, wait, there's two Zars here.
I guess that gives you an opportunity, Vondar. You have actual Nightshade with you. Is there anything you need from him?
I don't think so.
Okie dokie.
If I lend my hand, am I able to help him go faster, or is that against the rules?
Oh no, you could definitely help him finish it by the end of the day. You're a godsmith.
I will ask Vondar. I won't, like,
Right.
you know, does he want to get it done faster, or...
As long as I'm doing most of the work myself, yeah, fine.
Yeah, I won't change any of your designs. This is your thing. I just will help you do it faster.
All right.
Yeah, so that changes. That technically changes your rolls all to another plus 20, which is enough to basically have done it in 1 day, 1.5 days. We'll say by this point. All right. So yeah, you have your Void Blade. I'll give you the write up for it later, but essentially it's a Sun Blade, but for necrotic damage, and it gives off a purple light rather than a regular radiant light.
You made the dark saber.
Basically.
Dang it, I forgot to ask Lucia why this +2 dagger is important.
Remind me where you got it again? Oh, you got it off.
Yeah.
Oh, I remember where you got it now.
Vecna, skin.
Yep.
Right, I wasn't there when it was covered, but it was given to me.
Yep. But yes, you still did forget to actually ask about that.
Speaking of Vecna, I'm still waiting on that phylactery.
Yes, you are.
I'm sure it's on the counter.
Well, you know, when the vessel of the firstborn comes and kicks your ass, there's not.
To put him up, back on his feet as much as we could.
Oh yeah, you most certainly did. But there are certain body parts that just don't grow back right. Alright, so Vondar has completed his task. Vestille is doing her thing. Zara was helping Vondar complete his task. Simmar, you said you're staking out this individual. It doesn't take long. I mean, you watch a guy literally just walk out of a store carrying what looks like just a bunch of books, and a black robed figure comes up and just starts stabbing him really fast.
Ooh! I gotta stop that.
And then as the guy's dropping, you'll see him, the small creature, grab him with his other hand, and it's almost like the guy's life force is sucked out of him.
That's not good.
And then after he drops him, he just looks around and then just takes off running.
Yeah, hell the fuck no, this guy's going down.
He has an average movement speed, so you don't even need your fast speed to catch up to him. I think your regular movement speed's faster than his.
Yes. I have a 130 fly and a 90 walk.
Oh, so you have triple his walk speed and almost 4 times his, actually over 4 times his movement speed with your fly speed. So I assume you chase after him, or are you going to help the injured civilian?
I will first run up to the injured person who has their life force stolen. I would hope that they are somewhat alive, but considering you had your spirit sucked out of you, maybe not. I will hit them with one of my healing touches. So if he isn't dead, he's healed and cured of any conditions.
Da, da, da. Fortunately, magical healing is one of the ways that you circumvent this feature. So congratulations. Without meaning to, you got around a feature.
Oh, nice.
Because he had technically a wound that would not close through first aid type treatment. So yes, you're able to restore him. He's unconscious but alive at this point.
Alright, leave him there, chase after the perp. Use my ranger skills to track him.
It doesn't take you long to find him.
Alright.
You come up to him basically from behind as he's in an alley with what looks like a map, and you see like 57 red X's as he's putting on the final X there for the 57th. All right.
What you got there?
Just tracking the kills.
That's an awful lot of kills.
Yeah. Gotta get revenge,
Revenge? Against who?
Against my old party. They left me behind and made me feel obsolete, so getting back at them by framing them,
That's a pretty malicious plan, my little dude.
Yeah, well, when you find he turns around and looks at you. Oh.
Hi.
The perpetrator.
You little shit.
What the fuck is that?
That's Wezel.
Fucking... What is his name? Wendell?
Wezel. The cleric I made, who ended up being completely obsolete for this party because you guys have your own healing methods.
Yeah.
And then you literally left him behind.
Well, if you can't keep up, you can't keep up.
Look, if you can't fucking kill a Scion Asur by yourself...
What are you even doing?
Yeah, what are you even doing with yourself? Alright, so, Wezel, I'm gonna give you an opportunity to turn yourself in with me, or you can allow me to beat the shit out of you and then bring you in.
I hate it when
It's taking too long to punch him.
No, this is a conflict between the player and the DM at the moment.
Oh.
You literally are creating a schism here because the DM would have it one way, but when I'm playing Wezel, I'd do it a completely other way. Fuck. You know what? He'd let you beat him up. Go for it.
Okay. I mean, fuck, if we're resorting to violence... I know he is excessively strong because he was made from an aspect of field knot, so I will do... Oh, I just leveled up 5 times. Weapon level 10? And we're gonna shove all of that into Blight. Planar Warrior and Hexa impact him non-lethally. Rolling dice for this? How are we doing this?
All this healing magic,
So,
magic in general. I'll have to put my brother through fucking rehab.
so, how are you doing this again?
Because I don't know how strong he actually is, and at this point, it is better to use too much force than not enough force in case Wessel gets away. So, I'm hitting him with a rank 10 weapon that is all blight, and doing my 5 attacks in a single attack.
Okay, so, and this is with your, which weapon?
The Lance of Longinus, and I will be going all in.
Okay, give me 1 second.
And if I miss, I have an epic boon to turn a miss into a hit 3 times.
What's the minimum, aside from a 1, what's the minimum you can roll? So 2 plus whatever your modifiers.
I believe that would be, so on a 2, I'd be at a 41.
Yeah, you can't miss. He doesn't actually have that much armor. Even if you had 1 that you would have to re-roll or take that 1, but like number speaking, you would still hit.
Is this a matter of I am ready to go full hog? I hit him once and realized, oh, this is way too much force.
You're gonna kill him.
Hold on. Okay, so Wessel, what do you have again? It is... you know what? We're going to leave that as the cliffhanger. We will end it for there tonight.
Done.
Because I need to actually look something up. Because I forgot to rewrite something again. Or I probably did rewrite it, but it was probably in those notes that got deleted. So I'm going to make a note for Monday so that I can do this. Semimar hit Wessel.
Semimar hits Wessel.
Full tilt.
Enter session.
Fondar finished the Void Blade. Bestial learned for Origins.
No, it was completely accidental also. And it was funny because it was just like, yeah, this is a thing I've been meaning to do for a while. May as well go pay teacher a visit. I haven't talked to her in a while. It just so happened to also coincide.
Thank you, everybody, for coming out to stream today. If you enjoyed our content, please feel free to drop us a follow. We would really appreciate the support. And tune in Mondays and Wednesdays for our D&D content. Want to keep up with the events and extra streams? Please check out our Facebook and Twitter to keep up to date on the schedule releases and updates for the streams, including extra streams that we may not have on schedule. And if you would like to see previous content that we've done, check us out on YouTube at Epitaph of Creation. Thank you so much for coming out today, and have a good night, everybody.